up, guys? Welcome to TCH Live Texas Card House in Austin. I am Bart Hanson, and thanks for joining us on a Monday. This is going to be our big game. 5-5, usually 10, sometimes 20, sometimes $50 straddles. No limit hold'em cash game. Our big night. I am honored to join you guys. It's been a while. It's been about, I don't know, maybe a month and a half since I've been in here. Filling in for Mike Youngblood. And this is our big game here. So this one's going to be exciting. Taylor Carroll right there in seat 2. Coming in from the Arizona area. Looks like we got some new faces here on the show. And also some people that we recognize here as well. I'm going to be in the live chat here talking with you guys. Start off here with a raise by Big Daddy Chaz here from +3 with Ace-6 of hearts. Looks like Coins is going to defend the straddle. Taylor calls pocket 5s in the small blind. And it looks like Big Daddy Chaz has the best hand here with Ace-6. Might get some action here. Though Taylor does have to worry about Coins behind him. He can't really improve, no club in his hand. So he might fold, but, you know, we know that Coins here with the Ace of clubs, he certainly does like to peel sometimes. And he's going to make the call. So 160 here and a call. So already almost a $500 pot here. Looks like, again, this was a double straddled pot. Turn is a 3. Wonder if Chaz is going to bet one more time here and then maybe take a showdown. These two know each other really well. Is a draw heavy board. Coins known to kind of peel a little bit light on the flop. And Chaz does bet again, and he will take it down. So yeah, I am Crush Live Poker in the live chat here tonight. We're going to be here for 4 hours of exciting cash game action. Take a look here at the chip count. I had been scheduled to do this 2 weeks ago, then we switched it, and then Mike contacted me last week, and he's like, hey, the Patriots are playing on Monday. This was last week in that game against the Jets, and the Vikings are playing what is tonight, so can we switch again? And here we are. Patriots are not dead yet. 4-5. It's amazing to see them run for 20 years and basically at this point not have below a 500 record, but it's a fight. It's fun. Again, the green chips are $25. The reds are 5s. The blacks are 100s. Those yellow chips are tip chips, as are the blue chips, $2 and $1 tip chips. And the pink chips are 500s because you cannot tip with chips here in Texas. You can tip with cash or you can tip with tip chips. So small blind versus big blind here. Doesn't look like this one was straddled. 98 of hearts against King 8. Well, Chase just quickly folds there. I actually might continue on with King High. I mean, he doesn't have a backdoor, but could be the best hand, but he's just going to get rid of it. And looks like this new face that I'm not familiar with here, Robbie. I don't know if he's ever played on the show before here in seat 3. Takes it down. Putt moves over here to Robbie in seat 3. Doc's going to raise it up here with King Queen offsuit from under the gun. Going to make it 55. And they were talking this. I was actually at the table at this time taking some pictures for the thumbnail. Of course, we commentate on the delayed feed, so I am seeing exactly what you guys are seeing out there. We're on a 15 to 20-minute delay. Someone said that this Dan guy is a Vegas guy. I'm not sure about that. We'll see. But it looks like we've got a fair amount of guys here from out of town. Of course, we've got Coins, Doc, Chase, Big Daddy Chaz representing the locals. Looks like Chase open limped the button, I want to say, unless he straddled or something, but he flopped the flush draw. He's going to bet and take it down. So we had a Rampage Poker here on Thursday night. Looking forward to looking through some hands and making a highlight video of that. I haven't been able to catch the show from this past Thursday, but we did I want to say it was an extra hour on Thursday, and of course all the live streams go up for free on the TCH live channel. So subscribe to the channel, like the video. You'll always be able to see it after the fact. Button's going to move over here to seat 5. There's that $2 tip chip. Taylor Carroll here, ace-king offsuit, going to make it 35 here from mid-position. Robbie going to call with king-queen, chasing the cutoff. Sometimes a 3-betting hand with a dead call in between, but he just calls, he overcalls with the jack-10 of diamonds. And we're going to see it 4 ways here. Coins comes in on the button as well with 4-5 off. 9-6-4. And it looks like no one has flopped. Well, no, Coins actually has the best hand right now with bottom pair. Taylor is not going to c-bet here on this board against 3 people, and this one's going to get checked around. Turn here is an ace. That's going to give Taylor the best hand. Taylor does not bet the turn here. Checked around here again. River is a 6. I assume that Taylor's probably going to go for some value here. Pot's 160. And he's going to bet 65. And most likely not going to get any action unless Coins wants to look him up with a 4. Well, he is going to get called. Straddle it up here to 10. We're going to definitely be seeing a fair amount of those, fair amount of straddles here tonight. Coins got pocket deuces, going to make it 50 in the cutoff. Doc here, going to make the call with the 9-4 suited. Corey here in the big blind with the queen 10 of diamonds. He's also going to call in the middle. And we're going to see this one 3 ways as the straddle gets out of there. Flop comes out ace, queen, 5. So it looks like Corey here has the best hand. Doc is going to fire out. I wonder, is there a possibility that we might have some card lag here? Just seems rather optimistic here for Doc with a 9-4 of hearts to call pre-flop and then bet this flop, but maybe. Coins is going to call here with deuce, deuce. Turn here is an ace. Well, 165 here. And coin's going to raise to 330. Is it possible that this hand might be flopped from the cards from the, wow, this is amazing stuff here. 9-4 suited, fires twice, and coin's going to check raise deuce, deuce here on the turn. Well, we'll never know. Very, very occasionally, like maybe once every 3 shows, there's a hand where, for some reason, the graphics from the previous hand are get displayed. That's what I'm talking about. You can see that Big Daddy Chaz here has got the table covered as usual. Gonna take it down. So sometimes when the game gets big, we get these plaques out of one case. They're like these little plastic plaques. They're fun to play with, but it doesn't look like anybody has them out here tonight. Coin's going to open here to 25. Ace-4 offsuit. Doc going to call here with the Queen-5 suited, and Corey here. What a great squeeze spot with Ace-King offsuit on the button.
That's a new one.
Playing off a 1K stack. He's going to make it 125 here. And Taylor's going to be forced to fold out pocket 8s in the straddle. Just mucks it. Coin's going to defend, though. So Ace-4 against Ace-King. Neither player here with a pair. Jack 3-3. Corey's going to bet 75 here, small C bet, and Coins is going to peel. He's got the backdoor wheel draw, but he's in big trouble. Of course, there could be a chance for a chop here. Turn is a king. So Corey now cannot lose. Lang Anderson, the live chat says, is this the same Taylor that's played on Live at the Bike? Yes, it is. Taylor Carroll. He's played some big nosebleed games on Live at the Bike on their Friday games. 275 here from Corey. And Coin's going to get out of there. Looks like we're going to get the double straddle in here from Chase. Chase is always adding action to the game. Wow, triple straddle. So 5, 5, 10, 20, 40. Coins puts the 40 on. 1, 2, 3, 4 blinds here. So Doc's going to be under the gun here. Juna here, ace-4 off on the button. Going to make it 125. Again, we've got this $40 straddle here. Oh, pocket kings here for Robbie. And he's going to 3-bet it up here to 400. 2 black kings, and he'll take it down. You know, I've said this on the show before. Sometimes when you have these games where some hands are just 5-5, and then other hands it's 5, 5, 10, 20, 40, there's a lot of luck as to when you pick up your big hands, whether it's flopping a set or getting an overpair. Everything is just random, so you can run, you know, better than other times. You can, you know, you're running bad if you pick up your big hands when there's no straddle. 5, 5, 10, 25 here. So Chase is going to raise it up here. Straddle versus second straddle. King 7 of diamonds coin's going to defend with King 6 offsuit. And coins is out flop Chase here with a 6. Chase going to bet 85. And coins is going to continue here with a call. Deuce of hearts puts a front door flush out there. And this one might just go check, check. Coin's going to take it down. Over $300 here with King 6. Caleb Kirsten says, "Love TCH, CLP, and Bart. Thank you very much for the warm words, Caleb." If you do want to check out Crush Side Poker, which of course is my training site, you can actually use the coupon code TCH at checkout, and you get the first month for free. I'm actually launching an entirely new site, CLP version 2, coming, I would say, in the next 30 to 45 days. I'm really excited about it. Been on the old site since back in 2014, so a much needed refresh and update. Coin's going to raise it up here to 25. Ace deuce offsuit. Corey just going to flat call with ace jack of clubs. Ken with pocket fives, who correctly folded pocket kings against pocket aces from last week. He makes the call. And we're going to go 4 ways. Wow, look at this Chase here with bottom 2. The deuce 3 offsuit. Not usually the combo you're going to be accounting for when thinking about 2 pair, but he has the best of it. Look at this Ken. People in the live chat giving Ken a little bit of giving the Ken a little bit of shit, but he's going to poke his nose out there with pocket fives here. Chase is going to raise it up here right away with the bottom two. Chase is going to take it down. I see that we got up to about 1,300 concurrents, I want to say, for the Rampage show on Thursday. See if we can get up to 900 or 1,000. Oh, Mike is here. What about the Vikings game, Mike?
We're going back. We came off the golf course and said, well, my dad's in town. We'll stop in and check it all out.
If you can hear Mike in the background, looks like he's giving his dad his dad is in town, giving him a look around at the office.
Have fun here, Bart. I think we'll take care of it.
Chad's going to open here with ace queen offsuit. I think I saw a picture of Mike's dad on his Instagram feed today. So Chaz makes it 25. Coin's going to call here in the big blind. 7 deuce 3 here with a couple diamonds. Coin's going to peel here with king 9. And Chaz here picks up the ace on the turn, so Coin's drawing dead. Chaz with the queen of diamonds here too. Chaz going to put the straddle on here. And Juna's going to play a hand here. I think this is the first we've seen here from him tonight. I do not recognize him either. I don't know if this is the first time for him too. Going to raise it up here to 40 with 2 10s. I'm going to get called here by Coins. Doc also calls, so we're going to go 3 ways here. Not a great flop here for 10s, but it looks like he's still got the best hand by a long shot. Going to get checked through. Checked around again. 10's going to win it here. Unless he's somehow bluffed off the hand. Coins looks like he's trying to make a value bet here with bottom pair, but that's not going to do it. Value / block, and Juna's going to take it down here with pocket 10s. So some people are asking about the hand shuffle with the live stream, and of course these cards are unique. I mean, these are special cards for the live stream because they have the RFID chip in them. So they're too big for the typical, auto shuffle. I don't know if it's Shuffle Master here or what. So that's why you have to hand shuffle. I don't know if at the World Series of Poker they might have built a specific auto shuffle machine for those cards, but usually you're going to see hand shuffling, on a live stream. Well, we get into a unique scenario where it's blind versus blind. There was no straddle. And there's no rake in these games in Texas. So, I mean, sometimes people will chop, but you're not getting a rake taken. It's a time collection. So, whereas like where I'm from in LA, you would always, always want to chop in a flat drop game. And they take the entire basically collection after the flop. So if you just check the blinds at 5-5, they're going to take $6 on the flop. You get to the river, they take an extra dollar. So you're fighting over a $3 pot. Straddle here. Doc gonna open the button here with King 8 offsuit. Chaz with Ace Jack in the small blind, gonna 3-bet. Well, it looks like Doc is gonna defend here, unless he's just sort of posturing. No, he's gonna defend. So open to 180, or excuse me, open to 40, 3-bet to 180 call. Here we go. Chaz going to see bet this 10-10-7 board that misses both players, 125. Think Doc's going to give it up. Well, he's thinking about it. No spade in his hand. Did a couple of balks there, but then he finally gave it up. Chaz going to take it down. So if you do want to get on the show, I always get that question. You can take a look at the message scrolling at the bottom of the screen. You can email tchlivelist@texascardhouse.com or text 512-939-5364. That's how you get on the show. And if you are planning, obviously to come in from out of town, I would definitely include that information that, you're trying to plan a trip. You'd like to get on the show. Of course, we do the big game on Mondays. 1-3 match the stack on Thursdays. We've got the tournament live stream that we do on Sunday nights too. Chaz going to open here on the button at 20. Juna is going to defend here with Ace-9 offsuit. Heads up. Jack-4 deuce rainbow. Depending on the sizing here, if I'm Chaz, if I'm going to call here with Ace-9, I think I'm probably going to peel here too. But no, Juna's just going to get out of the way. He didn't really have any backdoors, but I do think that Ace-High is going to be good enough there to call, under a half pot size bet, but he just lets it go. Button moves over here to seat number 9. Robbie going to raise it up here to 30 with pocket sixes, and Taylor's going to defend the straddle. King Jack offsuit. Oh, nice flop here for sixes. Robbie flops bottom set. Taylor here, 2 overcards, no heart. Robbie going to bet 25 here. Well, Taylor just doesn't have enough to continue on. Unfortunate for Robbie. There's Mike. There's Mike and his dad in the background there. Limp here from Coins. Got a raise here from Big Daddy Chaz with ace queen to 110. Looks like Corey here in the cutoff has flatted pocket fives. He's not that deep. So we're going to be heads up here. Ace queen against 5-5. Big call here from Corey pre-flop. Well, this is going to be interesting here. 9-6-4. You know, you think that fives are going to hold on here for at least one street. I was going to say, is Chaz going to start the multi-barrel here? And Corey's going to bet 60 here, about 20% of the pot. Chaz going to check call here with the ace queen. Turn is a deuce, which of course gives a gut shot here to Corey. Be interesting to see if he chooses kind of, again, a small sizing here. Maybe 100, 120 for a little bit of protection, then check it down, but he checks it back. River here is a 9, brings backdoor spades. And it's going to go check, check. Oh. Yep, check, check. 5's going to win it. Live 10 here from Chase, excuse me, and that coin's going to put out the 25. Kennel not going to open the button with the ace-3 off. Taylor playing a little bit tight for himself there too, and this one's going to get folded all the way around. And Coins does not raise his straddle, so first straddle completes. Coins just checks the option with 8-8. Coin's going to bet the flop and he'll take it down. I was actually in Las Vegas 2 weeks ago. It was the first time I had taken a flight since You know, the whole COVID thing started back in March. Was watching a little bit of the new high stakes poker that was being filmed for Poker Go. I think that's going to come out in about a month, but old school stuff. Tom Dwan, Phil Ivey. I want to say maybe Andrew Roble as Juna picks up black aces. And the commentators are going to be AJ Benza and Gabe Kaplan. Raise it up here to 40 with black aces. It's going to take it down. Being shot at the Poker Go studio at the Aria. Button moves over here to seed 3. I don't know if AJ Benz has actually done any work since the last high stakes poker. I can't remember. I remember him from old Howard Stern show, like 20 years ago. Juna going to raise it up here to 25. Well, Ken has flat called with some hand in here. We can't see what it is. Queen 7 of spades. Wow. 10-8-7. Looks like King 8 here from coins. Looks to be the best hand. Coin's going to bet 25. Juna's going to call with the ace-jack. Gut shot, 2 overcards. Chase has a bad gut shot. If the 9 comes, his hand's not going to be good here. Turn is a king. That is going to give coins 2 pair. He's got kings up. Juna now with a double gutter with the ace-jack to a queen and to a 9. It's kind of interesting here for Juna because it's like, well, coins bet the flop, and he's kind of betting small on the turn. He's betting 60 into 170. Is Juna thinking about something? Yep, he looks like he's going to raise. He's going to raise on the come here to 225. We know that coins is not going anywhere. He makes a snap call. 625 to the river. River's an ace. Backdoor clubs come out. So now maybe Juna's not going to bluff at it. He might just go check, check. Doesn't need to bluff at it, and he's going to lose to King 8, and there it is. Coin's going to win it. Raphael F says, Bart, is Big O still going in Austin? I actually have not played since stuff went down in March, but I think that they've periodically been getting a Big O game here. But Big O is certainly big in Texas. Big O, of course, is 5-card high-low. Pot limit 5-card high-low. And I love to play high-low. But yeah, I mean, I played probably more Big O in the first few months of 2020 than I have in like the last 5 years. Sometimes we get to play it at the World Series as a cash game, but I'm usually playing the limit 08 games. Big O is big in San Antonio. I think at one of the SA Card House or something usually has games. I went there one weekend and they had like 3 or 4 tables going. Raise it up here. Small blind versus big blind versus straddle. Queen 10, 5-5, and 6-6. And coins here with the best of it, with top pair. Doc making a very, very optimistic call in between here with pocket 5s. Turn is a king. Coin's going to continue to barrel. He picks up a straight draw now. Wow. Doc continuing to call with pocket fives. River's a 9, so coins makes a straight. Bets, he's going to show it. Some people are asking me for the coins sound effect. Sorry, I do not have it. I do know what you guys are talking about. Maybe Mike can text it to me. Here, I'm gonna ask Mike if he's got it on his phone. Caroline, you don't have the coin sound effect, do you? No. Raise it up here to 40 from Robbie. Queen Jack offsuit in the hijack. Chase is going to call. King Deuce suited. Coin's going to call Ace 5 of diamonds. Big Daddy Chaz here. Big slick suited with a bunch of dead money out there. Going to squeeze it up. Got a 3-bet here to 350. I mean, coins is a hand that a lot of people were going to be 3-betting anyways here. Well, everyone's just going to get out of the way. And it sort of seems like Chaz is, kind of pushing the table around pre-flop, but he hasn't really even done anything on the line. Take a look here at the VPIPs. Coins at 56%. Ken L sporting the 8% VPIP. We'll see where that number ends up. And obviously, with no ante, and especially in just a 2-blind game, there's really no need to press the issue. You could play extremely, extremely tight if you wanted to. I always look at a live game as wanting to play about 25% of hands. Usually on a live stream, I play 25 to 30, which is certainly going to be on the loose side for sure. Three-way action here. Jack 4-5. So we've got a gut shot here for Doc with the 7-8. Taylor has the best hand here with bottom pair, and he is the pre-flop raiser. Taylor bets 45. Coin's going to call. Doc here, 2 overcards to second pair and a gut shot here to a 6. He's going to make the call. If we see an offsuit 6, that's going to give Taylor 2 pair and Doc the nuts. Coin's just kind of calling with backdoors. Well, it turns an ace. Coins now has a gut shot to a king. You can see that Taylor still has the best hand, but only has 55% equity. He's going to use this ace as a barrel card, trying to get somebody off of a 5 or a jack. This is certainly a bluff, but he actually has the best hand. Coin's going to call. Now, this is interesting because if it breaks out, what is going to happen is Coin's going to bluff at it if check to. River is a queen. And this is interesting here because for Taylor, he beats front door diamonds, but he doesn't beat a 5 or a jack. Is he going to go for the triple barrel here, turn his 4 into a bluff? Yep, looks like he is going to go for a triple barrel here. And really, it's going to come down to how sticky his coins. 600 here from Taylor. So Coins has run into a queen. Taylor has bet all 3 streets here. And it's going to get through. I don't know if Taylor's, taking that sizing with like ace king. I think that that's a fairly polarizing bet at the end. It's probably representing 2 pair plus. So I did text Mike.
Support.
Hopefully he'll be able to send me the coins sound effect to my phone and I'll start playing it. He said he was on his way home, so.
What was the bet?
Big Daddy Chow's going to open the button with the ace-6. Chase looks like he limp calls here with queen-9. Wow, and Chase is just going to come out and lead here with nothing. And Chow's going to let it go. Again, we stream these live cash games every Monday and Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central. If you want to get on the show, if you're interested in playing, you can email the address that's scrolling at the bottom of the screen now. TCH live list at texascardhouse.com. Or you can text 512-939-5364. Big game on Mondays, 1-3 on Thursdays. Raise it up here by Juno. Oh, Ken with the ace-king. In the middle. This is all blind versus blind. Ken get a 3-bet. $40 to 120, so 3x. Now you might defend here with position, or if you think the configuration is rather loose, but I don't know if Ken is really going to be doing a whole lot of light 3-betting, but we are going to see a defend here from Juno. Well, Juno flops top pair. Got shot here to a 6, backdoor clubs. Ken going to bet 75. Now, this is one of these hands where you might want to check raise here for protection. It's got good properties of backdoors. You can't just let the player in position always realize. So we've got a bet here from Ken. I think the graphics say that Juno bet 75, but it's actually Ken the bet 75. Let's see. Oh, there's a raise. So there's that check raise that I was talking about. Juna in the small blind, Ken in the big blind. Whoa, what is going on here? Ken's going to call with ace-king? Wow. Well, this is going to be interesting. Wasn't expecting the bet call from the ace-king. See if we can see the turn here. Turns a jack of clubs, so Juna now picks up a club draw with his top pair and a gut shot. You can see he's about an 8 to 1 favorite here. Ken can only catch a king or an ace and not a club. $350. Yeah, so what the confusing part here is the buttons sort of moved over. I think we confused graphics too and confused the dealer too. It'd be interesting to see like what I would do here with this hand. He's betting 350, so if he gets called, I might go a little bit larger to set up like because once Ken calls my check raise, I almost think he's got an overpair here like nearly 100% of the time. But I've seen Ken fold big hands, so you might want to run a huge bluff, but he's just going to get it through here on the turn.
Okay. It didn't come up, so I have no idea. Yeah, you gotta do it in.
Some people are asking about the Dallas stream and will I be a part of it. I said that I would certainly commentate it. I'm not most likely not going to be traveling to Dallas, but if they can set up some remote commentary, I'm more than happy to help. Rounder R. Rob says, Bart, when will you play on the live stream again? I will be the first one in line when I can get a dose of the vaccine. So whenever that is going to be, maybe in a few months, optimistically. Double straddle pot here. King 7-8 here with a couple diamonds. So Robbie bets 80. Chase is going to call here. Chase got Robbie out kicked. Chase now turns 2 pair. And Robbie's now drawn dead. So Queen 7 versus 7-6. Robbie going to fire again here. Maybe he thinks he's trying to get Chase off of an 8 or something, but Robbie's drawn dead. And Chase here has raised to 420, so min raises the turn. 210 to 420. And he shows it. Live 10 here from Chase, and the coin's going to put the 25 on again. Again, those greens are $25. The blacks are hundreds. The reds are 5. The yellows are tip chips. The blues are tip chips. And if you see a pink chip, those are worth 500. Chad's going to raise it up here to 110. Limp and 110 with Queen 10 of clubs. Everybody going to get out of the way. It's back to Doc, who actually has the same hand, but offsuit. It looks like Doc's going to play. So I have a pretty good feeling here that both players are going to miss, and that's going to be a problem for Doc out of position. Well, both players actually hit top pair, so it'll be interesting to see how thin. Oh, wow. I was going to say, it's interesting to see how thin Chaz thinks he's going to go here with top pair, but he's going to face a lead. So Doc here has come out and led as a limper into the preflop raiser. And if Chaz had maybe ace 10 plus here or an overpair, you'd feel, obviously he's going to continue on, but sometimes you might not know about your kicker. And he's just going to jam it all in. He is actually just going to jam it all in. Doc is not that deep. Maybe he thinks that Doc has a draw. can see that Doc's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, maybe 800 left. So this is probably a jam of about 1,000 total. 250 bet on the flop, and Chaz has effectively jammed for 1,000 total. $825 he says he's got. So it's about 975 total. It's about a pot size. It's just over a pot size jam. I want to say maybe the pot's probably 1,600-ish, 825, 850 to call. Or 1,700. He's getting just under 2 to 1, probably like 1.8 to 1, something like that. Oh, Doc's going to fold. So Chaz gets him off the same hand.
Diamonds and sixes, but that's okay.
Some people are talking about Rampage Poker playing at Boston Billiards, which is in New Hampshire. And of course, I grew up in Massachusetts, northern Massachusetts. I've actually never been to Boston Billiards, but I have been at Chasers. And also, it's interesting that,
You were in there when I did it.
you know, the Wynn
100%.
in Boston, the Wynn Boston Harbor or whatever it's, the Encore in Boston, they shut their poker room down. And they've like replaced it with slot machines. So New Hampshire poker just got absolutely annihilated by the Encore when they opened, and then you got COVID happen, and then now they're right back in the swing of things. New Hampshire is traditionally more of the state motto is live free or die, so they're always going to have sort of looser laws when it comes to this stuff too. I don't even think there's a seatbelt law in New Hampshire. My parents actually, well, they're a little bit old, but they used to ride Harley Davidsons, including my mother. This is not the flop, I don't think. This is from the last hand. 8-3 deuce. And I think in New Hampshire there's no helmet law either.
You're right. On both those.
There's no helmet law in New Hampshire? You know that, Caroline?
Belts are only
Yeah.
up to 18.
Yeah.
That's where I grew up.
I remember my parents used to go up to Laconia. Bet here from Chase with 10-3. He's going to get called in 2 spots. Buy coins with the Jack-3, and Doc overcalls here with Ace-Queen. And Doc here overcalls the flop. He's going to take the opportunity when checked him to fire the turn. 420, and that's a hard call for. This is going to work. He's going to take it down. Might have been on a little bit of mini tilt.
Doesn't let Victoria come in here and give me a massage and you work here and
Button moves here to seat 3.
you have to be really fast. Yeah. Dealer choice.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. I'll wait till it has to.
You're not in here.
I know. Hang out here. We're wasting time because I was going to hang out here until it came to.
Pocket aces here for Big Daddy Chaz. Ken's going to call here with 9-7 of hearts. Chaz is going to get action here from 3 people. Queen 7 off. Jack 5 of diamonds in the small blind. 9-7 of hearts here from Ken. And the board is Queen Jack 5. So Chase here with bottom 2 pair. Bottom 2 here against aces. And Chase is going to lead out. Now Coins has top pair in the middle. Now remember, Chaz just jammed on Doc with the Queen 10. This is going to be interesting because we're going to see a bet. And Coins has raised. Well, I think that that's going to freeze the action here. I mean, obviously, if I'm Chaz, I think I'm continuing, but I don't think you 3-bet. But this actually is going to get interesting because what I think is going to happen here is Chaz is going to call, and you might see a bet 3-bet here from Chase. And then what's going to happen? Is Chaz just going to fold? Let's see if Chase does do the bet 3-bet here. He's not that deep. Well, actually, he's got about 2,000 here. Is the re-raise going to come in here? Yep, there it is. Now, this should get Coins out of the hand, and it's going to be interesting. Wow, 485, what Chaz does. Whoa, Coins is all in. And is that going to save? I mean, that's got to save. You got to fold now. I mean, you got to fold now if you're Chaz. I mean, I was figuring that Coins was just going to fold. But you've got to raise by Coins, and now he's calling all in against a bet 3-bet. And it, maybe Chaz trying to think that, somebody has 2 pair and could they have equity, but I think with this much action in front here, he's going to get let off the hook. Yep. It'll be interesting. Yeah, Coin's about 75-25 here for bottom 2. And it's going to come like running deuces or something, and he's just going to win. Something crazy. But pot's 3,000. They're going to run it twice here. See what we get. I can't see what's going on. Oh, 3 and a 9. All right, so Jack 5 is going to win that one. Well, unless a queen comes. Oh, Jack 5 going to win that one. So Chase, scoopity-doopity. That would have been interesting to see, though, if Coins had just folded in between. Looks like Coin's going to buy in here for 3,000. Big Daddy Chaz says he put Coins on exactly Jack 5. There you go, guys. I got it. I got it. Oh, shit. There you go. Mike sent me the YouTube link, and I gotta bounce all around the live chat.
What are we doing?
Three-way action here. Coin's gonna three bet here with the king 10 offsuit, jack 10 of diamonds, queen 9 off. Oh, king queen deuce. Top pair, middle pair, open end straight draw, and a backdoor diamond draw. Coin's got the best hand.
Guys see 1 and 10 are both out. Yeah, he's out.
Coin's gonna bet 50. Queen 9 out of there. Ken with the jack 10 though. Turns a queen. Chase would have made trips. Coin still with the best of it.
Can you have seat 3 and 5, please?
50 and a call.
They need to spread them out on the scanner.
Oh, the river's an ace. Ken makes it. Jack 10 gets there.
Where are we right now?
Ken gonna bet 50. I'm gonna take it down.
150. Yeah. Well done.
So live 10 here. Live 10 and on the button. Taylor going to raise it up here to 40 at the 5-6 of spades. Coin's going to 3-bet here with ace queen. Taylor going to defend. Well, Taylor's outflopped coins here with a 6. And if this one gets checked down, Taylor's going to win it. Taylor's been kind of quiet here. Take a look here again. It's VPIP voluntarily put into the pot. How many hands somebody's playing? Not in the blinds. Corey really, really tight. Wow, Kennel's got his VPIP up here to 15%. Live 10 from this new guy over here, Juna. In seat 9 or seat 10. I'm going to raise it up here by Ken L to 30. Taylor going to call. Pocket 10s here for Chase. Going to 3-bet to 130. Wow, Ken L, I think, has called here. This is a hand that I'm not calling with, especially with somebody flatting behind me. I'm just pitching that, but he continues on with the king queen. We still don't know what Taylor has. Ace 8-8. Chase here, the pre-flop 3-better. Taylor with 5s, so 10's here with the best hand. Let's see if Chase puts a little protection bet in here. He does need some protection against king queen. Wow, that's a large bet. Well, that'll get the job done. 350. Gonna get a dealer change here. Take a look here at some chip counts. Button is going to move over here to Chaz, I believe. Looks like we need a new, well, not a new setup, but, well, maybe it is a new setup. So one of the things I haven't been paying attention to this week with all this sort of post-election stuff is there was some news about the World Series of Poker doing their official main event or something at the end of the year, and people thought that the main event was the one that was on GG and WSOP.com over the summer. So it was unclear to me, like, if, I guess it's a 10K freeze out that you play online and then the final table is going to be in person? Something like that. But the WSOP had marketed the one over the summer as the main event. Something weird. Of course, you got the Doug Polk Negreanu heads up match going on too. Chase going to raise it up here to 20. And again, you know, Big Daddy Chaz looks like he's squeezing, but he has a real hand here on the button. Raise call, and he's going to 3-bet here with Jack-Jack. Wow, and a 4-bet. Cold 4-bet here by Juna. Juna must watch the show. And again, it would appear that Chaz is squeezing quite liberally if you couldn't see the cards, but he really hasn't done anything out of line. He's just picked up hands in good squeeze spots. So it doesn't surprise me that somebody might make a play at him. All in. 5-bet jam all in. Well, there you go. Big Daddy Chess, 32% raised pre-flop. Straddle here by Taylor. Ken going to complete one chip in the middle with King 10. And Ken has flopped top 2 here. Doesn't look like he's going to get a whole lot of action, though. Taylor, the only one with a pair on the deuce. So Ken's going to bet here on the turn. I'm sure this is going to go fold-fold. Button moves over here to seat 9. Doc going to raise it up here to 40. He's got 4-5 suited. No straddle in his hand. Taylor's going to defend with the ace-7 off, the 8x open. And just like that, he flops top and bottom against a flush draw. So we could see some action here. The ace-7 off defend in the big blind. Doc flops a flush draw. Got some backdoor straight draws. And Taylor here with top and bottom. Not that deep. Taylor going to check raise here to 210. Actually, excuse me. I thought it was a front door flush draw. Getting all excited with the reds. It's a back door. Doc does not have a flush draw. Sorry to get you guys excited. I'm trying to go for something that's exciting. We haven't had a whole lot of big-time hand matchups, but Taylor's going to take it down. Looks like we're going to see a bomb pot here. Is it a bomb pot? Oh, I thought that. Yeah. Is it PLO bomb pot or it's going to be a PLO bomb pot? So no double board, doing a single board PLO bomb pot. And of course, a bomb pot, for those of you that don't know, everybody puts money in pre. Oh my God, is Ken skipping the bomb pot? So everybody puts money in pre. He's got the button. Oh. Everybody puts in money pre, and you see everybody has a hand, basically. Corey with ace 9-9. I actually think that PLO bomb pots are the worst bomb pots, straight high. PLO high-low bomb pots are a lot better. And, of course, double board has complexity. The reason why PLO bomb pots are so sort of bad is that because everyone can have anything, you just really can't put a lot of money in, without the nuts. High-low is really interesting because people are forced to play hands they wouldn't play pre-flop. So 10-8-6 here. What do we got here for the best hand? Corey with ace 9-9 looks to have the most equity. Whole lot of nothing there. Aces incredibly flops the best hand on 10-8-6. He's got 2 9s in it. Takes it down. But yeah, I mean, I have strong feelings that PLO high-low is actually the best game for bomb pots. And of course, the problem is you can't just throw it into a game like this because people don't know how to play high-low. But in Austin, we do a lot of double board bomb pots, which they can't really do on the show because of the graphics. But that's interesting too, even in Hold'em, because it's a split pot game. Half the pot goes to the winner of each board. So they deal out 2 flops, 2 turns, and 2 rivers with regular betting. And of course, there's a strategy because you don't want to put all your money in just to win half back. Raise it up here by Corey. to 75 with ace jack. Juna here going to 3-bet to 250. And Juna's going to take it down. You know, position and bomb pots are also really, I mean, it's a really, really big thing in a bomb pot. If you're just playing a straight hold'em bomb pot, you know, for example, let's say you are in the big blind with king jack and the board comes out jack deuce 3 or jack 3-3. If somebody just comes out in the small blind and bets on that flop, you've got 8 people behind you with entirely 100% ranges. So you can't really continue, or you shouldn't continue. So position's such a big thing. Raised up here by Corey over the top of a limp with king queen. Ken gonna flat call with 7-7. Well, Chase got ace queen here in the big blind. Gonna 3-bet here, kind of small. I think it's only 140, so just over 3x. Usually you'd almost want to make that like 200 or so from out of position, so he's most likely going to get called in both spots. So 3-way action here. Ace, queen, king, queen, and 7-7. So jack 5-3. Ken's got the best hand here with 7s. Checked around. Ken's going to continue to check this one down, so we're going to see the river here with no betting. And this one still might get checked down. So Ken's going to win it. 2 7s. By the way, somebody actually had called my call-in show, which I do on Mondays. If you just saw what happened there, when Ken waited to show his hand, you know, he got checked on the river, and then Ken checked. He didn't roll over his hand. And, of course, Chase showed ace-queen, and then the king-queen mucked, and then Ken showed it. I think there was a caller last week that had asked about etiquette and, you know, who shows first. Somebody had called in and said, you know, who's supposed to show first? And I said, you know, I got into this whole thing, and I said, listen, like, if I bluff catch somebody on the river, like I make a big call, and someone says, good call, I just roll my hand over, especially if they're a recreational player. I don't make them show a bluff. It's ridiculous. The fact that you're going to get information off a recreational player with their bluff combo. However, you can do what Ken just did, and I think it's totally legit, totally viable, because you'll see people show their hand in position on the river when they don't really have to. Ken just check. That's fine. You don't have to roll your hand over. Coins here, flops a big hand. 8 deuce 7 here with a couple clubs. 50 and Doc has called here with king jack of diamonds. Coins has a hammer lock on this. And he will take it down. Hopefully we can see some bigger pots. Coin's going to make a comeback here. Take a look here that Chase is our big winner here so far, up 1,700. Chaz in second place with 1,100. Got a raise here by Ken. Raise it up here to 30. Chase going to call here on the button with ace-9. Ace-8 in there from coins. Big Daddy Chaz defends the straddle with king-7. And everybody misses. All low cards here. 5-6-3 with a couple clubs. Ace-9 still the best hand. Chaz going to bet here. This probably should just do it right here. I mean, I don't think that Big Daddy Chaz is going to call with king-7 with a gutter to a 4.
What's the question? What's the question?
Yeah, the question that had come up for me from the call-in show from last week was a guy was like, well, you know, if I'm out of position and I check and then somebody in position checks, who has to show first? And sometimes it depends on the rules of the club. Because if you get it all in, usually it's the last aggressor that has to show first. Although in LA it used to be if you get it all in before the river, the turn would go check, check, and the river would go check, check, and the person from out of position would have to show. But then they changed that at the Commerce. But usually where you see the delays of when people are embarrassed and it's all in, you know, pre-flop and who's going to show first, who's going to show first. And it can be annoying. It can sometimes cause a delay. But what I'm saying is that if you're in position, you can certainly check behind someone and wait for them to show their hand. That is, I think, much, much more acceptable than what I find annoying, which is when somebody bluff catches someone and then won't show their hand after someone says good call. Ace deuce 7 here with a couple clubs, turns at 3. Checked around, river's a 4. One liner out here to a 5. And it looks like Corey's going to win it here. The 4. So we got about 2.5 hours here left in the show. We go for 4 hours. Again, we stream cash games on Monday and Thursday. Final table on Sunday night. Do us a favor, like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Probably going to drop a highlight reel video tomorrow. Probably going to see a couple of highlight reel videos here from this week. Doc going to raise it up here to 40. Oh, looks like we get a straddle. You can make it $40 with ace-7 off on the button. Corey going to 3-bet here. 175 with ace-6 of diamonds. I'm going to take it down. Pocket kings here for Corey. Remember, he just 3-bet with the 8-6 of diamonds, and now he's picked up king, king. Taylor has raised from under the gun 1. Couple people call. Doc calls. Chas just chooses to overcall, does not squeeze on the button with the queen jack. And now we've got, again, what looks like a perfect squeeze spot, but we've got a guy with a real hand here. And Taylor's trying to figure out Corey stack size. No, he's just not going to get involved. I thought Taylor was thinking about maybe doing something. Maybe there was enough money, and it looked like it was such a good squeeze spot, but he thinks better of it wisely. King King's going to take it down. So Coins and Chase sporting the over 50% VPIP. Doc at 40%. And a lot of these new guys, man, they haven't played any hands at all.
I know. I mean, I'm very happy about it. What are they doing now? Oh, yeah.
Doc's going to 3-bet here to 165 with pocket nines. Taylor's going to defend here. So we got 3-bet the hand before, fold the ace-6 of clubs. Now he's going to call here with ace-3 of clubs. Coins in there with ace-6 offsuit. So 505 here, and Doc only has about a pot-sized bet left. Well, Taylor and Coins both hit a pair. Doc has the best hand. Doc's all in, and yeah, this is really what the problem is here for Taylor. I mean, he's got to deal with Coins behind him. And maybe Coins is going to call here. With the pot-sized bet left, and Coins is in pretty big trouble here. You can see he's a 4-1 dog. He's got a spade in his hand, but Doc has the spades covered. Getting 2-1. What's good here for Coins is if Doc happened to have ace-king, he would basically be crushing ace-king because he has ace-6. But that's not the case here. But I think he's going to find a call. Yep, there it is. So 1,600. Coin's going to need to catch a 6 or an ace. Doesn't come. Doc going to double through with 9-9. Well, a $15 pot. So in LA, they would take $6 right off the top here. That's why you chop. No straddle, single limp, and a check in the blinds. Ken L's got the best hand here with king high. And now Ken gonna turn top pair. So Big Daddy Chaz, I was just looking at, I had rewound the replay on my phone so I could take a look at those stats. Big Daddy Chaz V-pipping about 26%, and then what did that, or was it 36% here? And he just had I think he said 23, so he's playing 36-23. Pretty loose, I mean, pretty loose V-pip, but he's gotten a lot of hands. But the point, I was trying to look at these new guys here. Corey at 20, this is for V-pips. Corey at 22%, Juna at 18%, Robbie at 13%, Ken at 20%, Taylor at 22%. So this is a few very loose players at the table, and the rest of these guys are knitting it up. Chase here, gonna 3-bet the ace-king, he'll take it down. Straddle it up here by coins. Blind versus straddle here. Chase has got the best hand here with ace high. So ace six is going to win it here for Chase. Chase having a good night. He's definitely overall our biggest winner, up maybe just under 2,000 as we've played 48 hands here. Approaching the halfway point. You can see that $2 purple tip chip. That's a tip chip. And that's a $1 tip chip, those yellows. Because you can't tip with the actual chips that play. That is a rule here. You can tip out of your pocket in cash, or you can tip the tip chips, but the tip chips don't play in a pot. You can cash them out. I don't really know why they have that rule. I've actually even asked the owner about it. I think they're really trying to go for a strict interpretation of not taking chips off the table, but everywhere else that I've played in casinos, you can obviously tip with chips. I think it might have been just something that they started back in the day and went with it. Doc going to raise it up here to 20. Taylor 3-betting the king 10 offsuit. Well, king jack 8. Taylor bets 55. Doc going to call here with bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. Taylor with top pair, turns a 9. Check, check. And the river's an ace. So Doc, river's ace is up here. Taylor gave him a free one on the turn. 120 here from Doc at the end, which is kind of interesting here. Front door flush has missed. Getting a good price. Ooh, Taylor's going to turn his hand into a bluff here. He's not going to get Doc to fold aces up here. I don't think so. So we get a 120 here from Doc, and Taylor going to turn the king into a bluff. Doc not going to fold ace 8. Little bit of a, I would say it's a kind of a strange hand to turn into a bluff here. Unless somehow, Taylor thought that Doc was just betting a single paired ace on the river, which I find kind of hard to believe for that type of sizing, but maybe. Corey here, pocket kings. Raise it up here to 40. Uh-oh, and Taylor's going to 3-bet. We don't see what he has, but maybe a small mini tilt from the last hand, but Corey's got kings. Taylor with queen 10 suited. Well, that's legitimate towards the bottom end of a, you want to 3-bet and drive everybody else out behind you, early versus mid position. Well, there's a 4-bet. Just a snap muck there from Taylor. Corey going to take it down. And these guys, like I said, have really knitted it up here. Corey, Juna, is that his name in seat 9? And Robbie, all like under, like right around 15%.
Can you tell C3 he needs to actually get out of his seat and walk away. C3, phone, he's got to walk away. I can see him.
Oh, showdown numbers, interesting. Corey here, back-to-back big hands. Got ace-king now. He's had king-king a couple times. Now he's got ace-king. Raises it up here to 60 out of the straddle. Over just like a complete from the blinds. Doc going to call with ace-8 off. So Doc's going to get into some trouble here if he flops an ace. Fresh off that double up, he's over 2,000. Oh, there's the ace. Ace-queen deuce. Let's see how much this new guy can extract. Remember, Doc limp called in the small blind, I would start just building now. He's going to bet 80. I probably would have bet full pot, expecting a queen X or any straight draw, flush draw to call. He bets 80, call. Well, turns a 5 of clubs. It could kill some of the action here. I still might go 3 streets here with a red ace king. Obviously, it's easy for me to see. I can see the cards, but that limp call from the small blind. Well, he's going to bet. 225. Now, if Doc calls here and we see a clean river, a non-club river, can this guy go for 3 streets with ace king? Let's see it. River's a 7. Well, I don't. He's actually not going to get the opportunity to. He's going to get bet at, it looks like. Looks like he's going to get blocked. How much? 360. Well, goes from whether you're going to make a value bet. I think we're going to find a call here. He does make the call. And ace king going to take it down. Nick from Yuma says, I still think there's a big hand coming between Taylor and Chaz. It could be. It could be. Corey's got ace king again. King, king, ace king, ace king. Just getting all the hands. So coins pulling up the rear here tonight, 2,700. Chase still winning the most at 1,800. Corey, 1,300. Chaz, 1K. Everybody else in the middle. Coins here, king, queen of hearts. $50 raise, and I believe Doc has called. 50 and a call. And we're heads up. And coins is flop top too, and he's going to bet 50. Yeah, Doc's just going to let it go. Again, if you want to play on the show, especially if you're coming in from out of town or something like that, take a look at the graphic that's scrolling at the bottom of the screen. You can email TCH live list at texascardhouse.com to get in the action. We stream these big game on Mondays and the 1-3 on Thursdays. Or did someone say that are you switching the Thursdays to 2-5 all the time now? Rumor.
I don't know.
It's a rumor that the
Possibly.
2-5 might be switched to Thursdays. Or you can text 512-939-5364. We get a $25 straddle, a couple limps, and Chaz going to make it 135. Really the first time he's actually gotten out of line here pre-flop. Even though sometimes it's appeared that he's been overly aggressive. Now, this guy here, Juna, I believe, He's thinking about something. We don't see what his hand is over here, but
It's 10-4 clubs.
10-4 of clubs. Wow. Gets Ken out of there. 10-4 of clubs. So Juna does not believe Chaz. Now remember, Chaz ripped it back in his face about 30 minutes ago with Jack all in for $2,000. They're not that deep, and a 2 gap, it's just doesn't. It's not going to really play well. Yeah, Chaz is going to get out of there. Maybe the 10-8 of diamonds, but not the 10-7 of diamonds. So Will, who plays on Thursdays, what do they call him? New York Will? Will L. Oh, New York Knit. Will L. He says the website says it's 2-5 now. Thank you, Will. Will you be playing in the 2-5 game? Again, I am in the live chat as Crush Live Poker. Coin's going to raise it up here. And look at this. Right after folding, Big Daddy Chaz picks up Ace King. Uh-oh. Taylor here with 4-3 of clubs. Nick from Yuma predicting the future. Gonna 4-bet it here. Again, this all comes from Big Daddy Chaz's image. But Big Daddy Chaz hasn't done anything out of line except for that last hand with the 10-7 of diamonds. And there's the all-in. So, get the cold 4-bet with the 7-8 suited, all-in with Jack. Cold 4-bet with the 3-4 suited, all-in with the Ace-King. Well, Chase is going to defend the straddle. Doc raises it up to 35 with Queen 9, and Chase here top pair. Chase is one of these guys that we will see him lead at the pre-flop raise. We've seen him do it with nothing. We've seen him do it with the medium strength hands. We've seen him do it with big hands with the Jack 5. So you can say it's kind of somewhat balanced. He's going to bet 65 here. And boy, Doc has missed, but he's not going anywhere. Turns at 10. Chase has checked, and now Doc is going to bet. I can't see, it's 80. Can't see folding here, especially with the gut shot. Yeah, Chase is going to check call, so Doc's going to have to bluff at this if he doesn't catch up. Well, there's the river's a 5, so Chase makes a straight now. Chase going to bet. I'm going to take it down. So I do want to point something out. Well, I want to pull a comment from the live chat here. KJ Tang says, how advantageous is it to play a 9.3K stack when the average stack is closer to 2,000 to 3,000 usually in these games? Well, if you're playing a cash game, there is no advantage, right? Because the effective stack is only what the smaller stack is in a hand. It's one of the things that's fairly simple concept, but I think can sometimes confuse people. And in fact, you can even make an argument if the game is playing really loose that you're actually at an advantage playing the short stack because of how loose people are calling in between, and you can basically just ship your stack and pick up a lot of dead money. Well, Juna here, well, give the guy credit. Several light re-raises. He's going to do it again here, this time with King 3 of diamonds. Doc opens 9-8 of hearts. Juna 3-betting to 100. Chase now in the big blind with ace deuce suited, facing a raise and a re-raise. It looks like we're going to see a flat call in between from Chase, which can certainly be very treacherous if that initial raiser recognizes the situation, can 4-bet pretty wide. I mean, Doc would have easily taken it down if he'd done that, but he just calls. Decent flop here for King 3 of diamonds. Queen 10-5, 2 diamonds. Doc and Chase have missed. Wow, Doc looks like he's going to bet, though, with pretty much nothing. I mean, he's got a bottom end gut shot to a jack. So Doc bets 75. Juna calls. Turns a queen. Doc going to continue to fire. Wow, 300. Wow. I mean, that might get it done. I mean, if you're the one that's holding the diamonds and you think that Doc's sort of lead range is going to be top pair or diamonds, then he's going to have more queen X, even though it's less likely now a second queen has come. But I don't know if you continue on here to 300 with King 3 of diamonds. Well, he calls again. The river's a 7, so both players here end up with nothing. Doc is going to check, and Juna probably thinks he needs to turn his hand into a bluff, even though he has the best hand. He can't even beat the nut flush draw here. I mean, it's probably pretty obvious that Doc doesn't have a queen. The question is, could you get him off of a 10? He's thinking about it here. It's always a good game when the best hand turns their hand into a bluff. That's what I always say. 450 and snap fold, but King 3 of diamonds was the best hand. Straddle here from Doc. Doc would have got me off of that hand. He would have won it from me on the turn. Chat's going to open here. Pocket jacks from up front. Ken L, ace jack off, going to make the call. Taylor with ace king. Here we go. So raising a call, perfect squeeze spot. And honestly, we could see a big pot here. I don't know. I mean, Chaz, if he was heads up, very well might just call. But now we're going to see a cold call from coins. We have a dead call from Ken L in between, which is certainly going to incentivize Chaz to 4-bet. And, you know, Taylor might get it in with him. And there it is. There's the all-in. And Taylor snap calls. We see one of the aces is dead, so Taylor's not going to be in quite the best shape. I don't know if one of the kings was dead, but here we go. It's going to be the biggest pot of the night here. About 5,600 ace king versus pocket jacks. 10, 5, 8, 7 of diamonds. River is a 4. Big Daddy Chaz runs pure. Taylor Carroll going to be felted. That is by far our biggest pot of the night. Just amazing how Big Daddy Chaz is getting into these spots where he really hasn't been out of line except for one hand pre-flop. And that's going to put Chaz probably up close to 4,000 now. He was at, last time we checked, maybe 10 minutes ago, he's up 1,000. He just picks up another, I mean, maybe 2,900 there, the dead money in between. Chaz going to put out the 10 for the straddle. Two TU in live chat says, how does he snap call that? I think it's talking about Taylor with the ace king off. I think it's this sort of image that Big Daddy Chaz, you know, has been super, super loose pre, but he really hasn't. Raise it up here from the cutoff. Chaz does not squeeze here with the king queen suited. Got Ken L in here with 9-8 of hearts. Robbie here flops top pair with the ace 10. Gonna bet and he's gonna take it down. Big Daddy Chaz 12.1K covering the table. Looks like we've got almost 800 concurrents here tonight. We're going for another 2 hours. Taylor here looks like he has rebought for 3,000. He's going to open it, and he's got pocket eights. Going to get a call here from Corey. Going to get a call here from, again, Big Daddy Chaz with, again, you know, a hand that could easily be 3-bet to drive the guy out to his left, but just calls. And Taylor here with the overpair to the board with pocket eights on 7-3 deuce with a couple clubs. Probably not going to get any action here. $65 and Taylor's going to take it down. So Big Daddy Chaz actually had two hands that could easily have been 3-bets pre-flop. Just now, back-to-back, the king-queen suited and now the queen-10 suited that were just taken as flats. Straddle here from Juna. Taylor going to open back-to-back. Got ace-10 of diamonds. Robbie here with 8-8. Chase now with the ace-jack of clubs. Pretty good squeeze spot. I think we're going to see some action here this hand as well, because we've got two decent hands. Chase going to make it 135. Coins with king jack off. Wow, you know, Taylor could go kind of nuts here too. Again, we're going to see a dead sort of cold call. Oh, and Big Teddy Chaz is ace king. Oh, this guy's unbelievable. Is this a loaded deck? You got to be kidding me. This is crazy. So here comes the cold 4-ball. 550. Wow. Well, Taylor just going to get out of there. So the cold 4-bet here from Big Daddy Chaz in the small blind. Chase here starting the hand with 4,300, so, you know, fairly deep. This was I want to say, I don't think this was a straddle pot. Is this a straddle pot? It wasn't even a straddle pot, so quote unquote 800 big blinds deep. Ace Jack suited, pretty hand. You know, Chase wants to play it. He's got position. Of course, you do have to take into account the fact that coins is in the hand as well, which means that if you call, coins might call, and that's going to make the hand obviously harder to play. And he's going to let it go. But it looks like Coins wants to come in. Is Coins going to back raise here? Or is he just counting? He's got 1,700. He calls. Well, there's lots of aces and lots of jacks dead. Coins needs a jack. He's got about a pot-sized bet left. Oh, it's disaster for Coins. A king comes out, so both players here with top pair. King 6-9. Oh, man, that's just really, really unlucky there for Coins. 375. Coins just calls. I'm surprised he didn't just shove it in there. So 2,000 here to the turn. Blank on the turn here. King 6-9-4. There's the all-in. Coins with the snap call. Coins going to need to catch a jack here. We know one's dead. River's a 7. Big Daddy Chaz. Just scooping up the chips. Unbelievable. Boom. Up to 14.2K. What a streak of hands. Looks like Coins has had enough here for tonight. So Chaz picks up the double up. Well, he felt Taylor, picks up about $3,000 there, then just picks up another 2,500 to 3K there. 5,000-6,000 in the course of maybe 5 to 10 minutes. Corey going to raise it up here to 50. King Jack offsuit in the small blind. Going to take it down. And again, I'll keep saying it that Chaz has picked up an inordinate amount of good pre-flop hands, and he's really only been out of line one time with the 10-7 of diamonds, which he got cold 4-bet and he folded. But then he's also had other hands that he probably could have 3-bet that he's only flatted, but he's just picked up these spots just in the right place. It looks like this is a limp pot here. We don't see Juna or Taylor's cards. Taylor straddled. Dave Reed says, my friend Robbie was supposed to come and play, but maybe he's not coming. No, he's actually at the table, but it wouldn't be hard to miss him. He's gone to showdown 0% of the time. Got to put the straddle out there in seat 3, though. Live 10, live. Chase going to put the double on there. Live 20. Juna just going to fold the ace-9 off on the button. Taylor here, queen-9 of diamonds. Going to make it 70. Chase here with 7-5 off in the double straddle. Not going to give him action. Big Daddy Chaz, 6.2K. Big winner here tonight. So, looks like we're going to get a dealer change and going to do a $25 PLO bomb pot. Once again, a bomb pot is when everybody antes and everybody gets cards. And once again, it looks like Ken L is going to get the button here and pass. One of the most powerful positions you can be in a bomb pot. So again, usually in Austin, we play a lot of double board bomb pots, double board Omaha, double board Hold'em, but we can't do it on the show because of the graphics. Double board, you play half the pot for each board, and it's pretty interesting. Straight PLO high bomb pots can be, I find it pretty hard to get a lot of action unless it's some sort of crazy cooler. So everybody who antes here gets a hand. And we get a board of queen 10-9 with a couple clubs. Wow, Corey's got aces again. He had aces the first time and it won. He gets junky, somewhat junky aces this time. I don't think this is going to hold up though. Robbie here with top 2. Queen 10 here, just bets and takes it down. Straddle here from Chase. Chase is having a decent night here, too. Fold it around here to Ken on the button. Going to make it 35. Can't see what he has. Taylor here, king, queen off on the small blind. Going to make it 150. So raise and a 3-bet. And Chase picks up Jack, Jack. Cold forward bet. Well, we'll never know what Ken has. Taylor has just sort of been on the opposite sort of end of kind of where Chaz has been pre-flop here tonight. What is the minimum buy-in for this game? Is it 1,000?
I'm pretty sure it's 500.
500, Carolyn says. Someone in live chat said, what's the buy-in? Okay, going to make it 35 here. Taylor, going to 3-bet. Back-to-back raise 3-bet. Pocket nines. Very small 3-bet, almost minimum, and he's going to get action here from Ken. Ace-9 versus pocket nines. And there is the ace here for Ken L. Taylor is just not running good here tonight. So, check 55. Ken gonna call. I mean, the case 9 would be incredible. Turn here is a 7. Check, check. Doesn't happen here for Taylor. River's a 10. $75 here. Taylor gonna muck. Robbie going to raise it up here with 2 black 10s on the button. Chad's going to defend here with ace-8 off. Queen 4-3 with a couple diamonds, so Robbie is good here. It's probably going to go... No, he does not bet. Check, check, turns a 6. Looks like Robbie's going to bet now, and this one will be over, I'm sure. 75 now on the turn. Take a look here now at the remaining VPIPs. Of course, Coins was up there in the 60s. Chase, 47%. Chaz, wow, rocking the 38%. Taylor now up to 33%. Robbie pulling up the rear at 16% of hands played. Chase here to 45 with black 4s. Corey going to defend. King, king, 7. So Chase with the best of it. Going to bet 80. And he'll take it down. I think we're going to see a limp pot here, a multi-way limp pot. 4 ways, no straddle on this one. Juna here in the straddle's got the best hand. With a weak ace, it gets checked over to Chase. He's going to bet at it with bottom pair, Jack, deuce. So check call here from Juna. Turn is a 6. Check, check, and the river's a deuce. Chase trips up at the end, takes a card. 135. And Juna here, kicker is not going to play. He will call. Chase going to win it. Trip deuces. Button moves over here to Big Daddy Chaz, who is the big winner here tonight. Running really good. Getting in spots pre-flop when other people have second best hands. Hands are holding up. Giving off the image that he's, being wild, but he really isn't. Doc going to raise it up to 30 over the top of Chase's. Well, Chase just had Jack deuce, so he's going to play it again. Jack deuce off. Doc raises here with Jack 10 suited to 30. Corey going to 3-bet. Ace 10 off from the small blind. And let's see if, I think this is a pretty good defend here for Doc. He's not really all that deep, though. It is a 5x 3-bet. Only starts with about 700, so this is a good portion of his stack. He's going to call. Well, this time, Doc's not going to get in trouble here. Ace 6-4. Well, Corey has checked, though. Oh, it turns a heart. So Doc now picks up a flush draw here on the turn. So 125 here. Doc getting almost 4-1 here with the flush draw. He's going to make the call. And the river's a heart. Doc makes the backdoor flush, the check on the flop, took a card, picked it up on the turn, and he makes it at the end. Only with about a pot-sized bet left. It's really interesting to see what Corey does here because he bet turn. Is he concerned about backdoor hearts? Oh, he's all in. Doc gonna double through. Corey making a value bet. Value owns himself. Doc gonna win a $1,500 pot. So Doc back from the dead. I mean, I think that may have been a fairly optimistic all-in with a pot-sized bet left. I mean, you've got the composition of the river card being that heart in the fact that it's a king. So if Doc doesn't have an ace and maybe, was fooling around with like middle pair or something, you got another overcard to that. It was about a pot-sized bet left. Chase going to limp in here. So 2 limps. Chaz getting out of line here a little bit in this hand, raising it up with the 9-8 off over 2 limps. Wow, Doc just folds. Limp folds the 7-6 suited. And Chaz takes it down. Maybe Doc just doesn't want to get involved. And this is what we're talking about, live image. I feel like people, one of the things that I think that I specialize in teaching over on Crush Live Poker is some of the live intangibles. And I strongly believe that image in a live game is really a function of winning or losing, not looseness or tightness. And sometimes when you have a winning image, you can just run over kind of the game. I mean, you see Doc just limp fold 7-6 suited there. I think that might be a very good example of it. Chaz going to raise it up here again. Pocket 7's going to make it 100 over the top of Doc limp. Wow, Robbie just mucks the ace-5 suited like it was nothing against Chaz's $100 raise. Give me that hand. I'm 3-betting all day long. But now this time Doc's going to call. So this time he calls with the Queen-8 of diamonds. Total whiff here. Ace-5 suited in the muck to a single raise from Robbie. Chaz going to bet 50, take it down. Straddle here from Chase. Taylor now. He's had 8s a couple times here tonight. Going to raise it up to 100. Doc limped in here with pocket 3s. Can see that look of pain from Taylor. been in that spot before. Can't get any action on his hands. Getting the second best hand. Not running well at a table that you feel like you have probably a big advantage over most of the players. But, I mean, that's how live poker goes sometimes. I mean, it's slow. You're only seeing 20, 25 hands an hour. So you got to keep that mental sharpness. Doc here with another small pair. Three-way action. $10 bet and a call. Turn is a 5. Robbie just took a stab at it. Doc here. And the river here is a 7. 4 is going to win it. Caroline, people in the live chat are saying that, is the table mic not on for the viewers? It's not working. Oh, sorry, guys. This is the first I've heard about that. People were saying, oh, there's a lot of silence. I'm like, I can hear it. Usually I can't hear it.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Oh, okay, guys. That was the first that I heard of that. So you can see here, Chaz more than double the next player here. Ken with 7.3K. Chaz, or Ken at 7K. Chaz at 14.1. Chase going to make it 30. Raises it up to 30 here with Jack 9 of clubs. Chaz here in the straddle. Looks like he's going to defend here with the ace-6 offsuit. And we're heads up here. Well, both players miss here. Let's see if Chase throws a bet out. He's going to take it down. Albert Hoffman in the live chat says, I thought Bart was trying to be innovative with the confident dead air so he could think about his analysis deeper. Well, no. No, that was not the intention. Looks like Chase just check folds. Chaz bets the best hand as a bluff, and he'll take it down. Get about an hour and 25 minutes left here in the show. We stream live every Monday and Thursday. Monday's our big game is 5-5 uncapped. Thursday looks like it's going to be 2-5 for the near future. And then, of course, on Sundays, we stream the tournament. Take a look here at the cumulative winnings. You can see Big Daddy Chaz, the big winner here tonight at $6,300. Juna going to make it 40 here with 10-9 of clubs. So we get a raise here to 40. From +1. It's like Chaz here with a king-queen suited here in the big blind. Going to take it heads up just as a call. $10-7 here, so 10-9 flop stop pair. 30, so small bet here. Chaz here with 2 overcards, no backdoor. I mean, with 1 club out there, you definitely find a call. This is an early position open. You can see he really doesn't want to fold here, but he's going to play well, and he's going to fold. I actually, I watch a lot of the TCH live streams, and I usually cut the highlight reels. I don't think I remember a stream where there wasn't table audio. This might actually be the first time.
Yeah, no, it broke. I mean, it stopped working the last stream. I don't know why.
Carolyn said that something happened the last stream.
We haven't fixed it yet.
But yeah, sometimes I can't hear it when I commentate, but I know that it goes out. But tonight, sorry about that, guys. Straddle here from Juna. So 5-5-10. Gonna get around here to chase. Gonna limp in here with the offsuit computer hand, queen 7 off. Chaz gonna complete here with king 7 of clubs, and here we go, 4 ways. 4 ways in a limp pot, a limp straddle pot. Ten 7-4 here with a couple diamonds. So 3 people here have middle pair. It's going to get checked over to Chase. He's going to bet with queen 7. We get Chaz in here with king 7. Juno with ace 7. I don't know if Juno can overcall a bet and a call here, though, but he is going to overcall. So we're going to go 145 here to the turn. Turn's a diamond. That might kill some of the action here. Chase with the only one with a diamond. Going to get checked through. River is a jack. Puts a one-liner out there to an 8, but still might get checked through. And if this does get checked through here, yeah, Juno's going to win it here with ace 7. One of the things that we don't see, people are talking about straddles in the live chat. I don't know if it's allowed, or can you straddle from the button here, or sleeper straddle? I think you can sleeper straddle in this game, right?
5-5, yes.
In the 5-5. And then it goes in order. Usually it'll start to the left of the straddle. And so if you button straddle, you know, the blinds are first to act. I actually think in Hold'em it's kind of bad for the game, the button straddling. Kind of kills a lot of the action. Forces the blinds to sort of fold out correctly, which is where you'll see a lot of mistakes. But we haven't really seen it here tonight at all. Chase is definitely playing a lot of hands. Gonna limp it in here from the hijack. Nine deuce 7 here. There's Mike Youngblood in the live stream chat. Mike, we have no audio here tonight. I just learned about it 2.5 hours into the show. Turns is 6. Chase going to bet here with ace 6, and he's going to take it down. Button's going to move over here. Oh, no, C8. So if you're new to the show, you can see those little white spots that are on the table. Those are the RFID. I mean, that's sort of spots where the RFID reader is. Sometimes you'll see a TV show where that'll be like a box or an X or something like that, but the cards have a kind of a barcode scan. Well, they have a chip, and then the technology is sort of similar, like a barcode scanner, and that signal gets sent back, and that's how the graphics get mixed onto the feed, and that's why sometimes you can't see when people don't put the cards over the spot, their hands won't populate. Looks like we got a seat open though. No one has taken coins as seat. So once again, we're going to see this limped around here 4 ways. King, queen, 3 here with a couple diamonds. Looks like everyone's going to miss this one. Looks like Doc's got the best hand here with ace 7. Probably not going to see a bet here on the flop. We do not. Ken L turns the deuce ball. So he's got the best of it. The Doyle Brunson hand. He's going to have to fade a lot of cards, though. Going to get checked around again. Oh, and he gets rivered here. Doc going to river a 7. Chase also with the 7. Chase looks like he's going to bet with third pair here for value, and he's probably going to get called here by Doc. So Doc's going to win another one. Again, if you want to play on the show, take a look at the graphics scrolling on the bottom of the screen. All you have to do is email tchlivelist@texascardhouse.com, tchlivelist@texascardhouse.com, or you can text 512-939-5364. That will get you on the show if you want to come down here and mix it up with some of Austin's best. Mondays and Thursdays. Mondays 5-5 on cap. Looks like Thursday's going to be 2-5, at least for the time being moving forward. Got a double straddle here from Chase. So 5-5, 10-20. Juna here going to raise it up with the ace deuce of clubs. Taylor here king queen off in the big blind. Going to 3-bet. And Chase, ace king. Going to see a cold 4-bet here. Man, Taylor's just getting really unlucky in these spots. I mean, I'm just kind of giggling. I mean, he's just getting, it's just every single time somebody has a hand. So it's an open 3-bet, 4-bet, and Taylor folds. Chaz has a lot of chips over there. It's almost like he's crushing a limit game over there in seat 7. Usually you would color up a bunch of 25s, but he's got the chip stack over there. 14-2, more than double the next player in Ken, who's at 6,900. Corey going to open here with queen 8 of diamonds in the hijack. Juna, king 10 off in the cutoff. Going to call. I think that might be the first time we've actually seen Juna call. He's pretty much taking a 3-better full strategy. It's going to bring Ken L in with the overcall on the button with king jack. So we're going to go 3 ways here. And Corey's flopped a flush draw here. 5-deuce-3 with a couple diamonds. And this should just go bet, fold, fold for the most part. $125 in the pot. Gonna bet 35. Juna has to worry about Ken L behind him too. I'm not exactly sure what he's thinking about here with the king 10 off. $35. Is he gonna make? He's thinking about something. It looks like he's gonna just do an airball race. Makes it 150. Obviously, Corey is going to continue on here with the queen high flush draw. 35 to 150. Here's the call. Now, Corey could, I suppose, maybe be bet calling with like ace king, ace queen. Turn is a 7. Doesn't change anything. Let's see. Now June is going to give up. Check, check on the turn. And there's the diamond. If Corey knew what Juna had, he would probably check the river. But of course, you can't really know. So Corey, and he does check the river. Wow. Well, I mean, you would think that Juna's going to bluff here. I was going to say, if Corey knew exactly what Juna had, you would check. And how do you not bluff here? We saw Juna bluff with the king 3 of diamonds, but the way that this is played out, I mean, you would think you'd have to bluff. Now, he took a small sizing with the king three of diamonds, trying to like maybe get like an ace high. I wonder if he's going to take a small sizing here to try to get a random ace high to fold. He's going to bet 325, so it's a 75% bet. So I think maybe for Corey here, specifically holding queen 8, this is just going to be a call. He loses to the king high, he loses to the ace high flush. There's only really a couple of sort of middling suited connectors that are in there when you look at the total sort of cards that you have. I mean, you've got the 8 of diamonds, so you know, it'd have to be like 10-6 of diamonds or something like that. So this seems to be just a call here. And I like to make very thin raises, thin value bets, but specifically, well, what do I know? He moves all in. All in. I don't think that's the right play, specifically with queen 8, but sometimes even I can be jaded by seeing the cards, but he's going to take it down. Button moves over here to seat 2. Big Daddy Chaz, King Queen offsuit, no straddle this hand, so he's going to straight raise it up here. Looks like to 25 or to 20. Chase not going to give him action. Chaz going to take it down. Got about an hour and 10 minutes left here in the show. Playing some 5-5 uncapped here on a Monday night. Green chips are $25 chips. Black chips are hundreds. Reds are 5s. Pink chips, it looks like Chase and Ken are the only one with pink chips, are 500s. And then we've got these yellow $1 tip chips, and we've got the purple $2 chip chips. Because you cannot tip out of your stack here in Austin. Robbie coming out of the shell, going to raise it up here with King 4 of hearts on the button. He's going to take it down. Hand 84, so we're going at about maybe like a 30 hand clip per hour. And a double straddle here from Corey. So I would say maybe 70% of the hands are being straddled here tonight. When Coins was in the lineup earlier, he was putting the double and the triple straddle on. Chase going to open limp the button with the Queen 8 off. We've got 2 completes, and now we've got Corey going to raise it up here to 60 out of the straddle with King 10 offsuit. Doc here with deuce, deuce. He's going to make the call. So we're going to see it heads up. Deuce, deuce against King 10 off. So Chaz is out of the hand here. Can't see what the flop is, though. Well, 65, and it looks like Doc's going to call. Well, Doc's in trouble here because it's 10-9-9. So Corey does have the best hand here. Well, turn is a 9. Now both players with a full house. could be even a worse card here for Doc. Doc has checked. Corey, in essence, with the nuts here, unless Doc is sandbagging a 9. Doc's not going to have an overpair, the way that the hand went down pre-flop, which was just a limp and a call. 100 and a call. The only thing that might save Doc is some other overcard. Well, now the river's a 7. So 470 here. And Doc is checked again, and obviously we've got a slam dunk value bet here from Corey. And he's going to bet 225, and he's going to get called quickly. 3 streets with King 10 on 10-9-9. Corey now up to 2,500. I think, you know, that hand on the flop kind of demonstrates sometimes how people look at sort of their absolute value, strength of their hand on the flop, and tend to continue on incorrectly on the flop with, say, like deuce-deuce on 10-9-9, as opposed to you'd rather have a hand like king-queen there. Which, yeah, deuce-deuce has a better hand right now, but it's all about the future equity of the hand. Deuce-deuce, of course, could be counterfeit. And you can easily get barreled off the hand. Taylor going to raise it up here with ace-jack offsuit to 30. Chase really mixing it up here with the call with the 10-4 spades. Doc makes the call, so we're going to see this 4 ways here. Queen 7-6. Looks like Juna has flopped the best hand. It's going to get checked around. 10-4 now takes the lead here. Chase has got the best of it. And it's going to get checked to Chase, and he's going to bet 80. Doc here now turns the open-ended straight draw with the king-jack, so he's going to call. So Doc needs to catch an ace, a 9, or it looks like a king or a jack. He actually has a lot of outs. And that's not one of them. Chase makes 2 pair here, 10s and 4s. Chase will bet. Obviously, Doc's going to fold. Chase takes it down. Went to showdown percentage here. I guess that's the red line stat, right? I always get a little bit confused with the online stats. The red line stat. Where is your red line? Are you winning a lot of hands not at showdown? Are you winning a lot of hands at showdown? Doc here with 10-6 of hearts. Gonna open limp here in the cutoff. Wow, Ken straddled. See if you guys had heard the table talk. Doc just said at the table, Ken straddled? Ken straddled to come back in because he was gone from the table, so you can straddle under the gun. You don't have to post dead. So 4 ways here, 9-8-4. Turn is a 7, gets checked around here. Doc makes a straight with a flush draw with his 10-6 of hearts. Bets 10 into 40. No, Corey is going to call here with King 6. And Doc is going to bet. Most likely this is just going to go fold. Doc's going to bet 35 here. I don't know if maybe Corey somehow thinks that Doc was like betting on the come with a flush draw. Corey thinks better of it. So yeah, usually, in most places that I've played in, if you have missed the blinds like Ken had, you can come back in with a straddle. Although, do they take the blinds here when you? But
Shouldn't have to straddle.
yeah, I was gonna say because actually in the live stream game they take your blinds if you're gone though, right? I think so. He didn't actually have to straddle. So I don't. Maybe he didn't realize that. I don't know. But if you're playing in a regular game and you've missed, usually you can come back in and straddle from under the gun, and then you don't have to post per se. I mean, it's still technically, I guess, a little more expensive because you could just wait, right? One more hand. Chase here, ace king suited, ace king of clubs. Gonna make it 65. Doc here, jack 10 of hearts. He's had this hand a few times here tonight. Gonna make the call. Juna here in the small blind, 9-7 of diamonds. Might be, we've seen him stick his neck out a couple times here with some interesting squeezes. We've got a raise and a call. I think that's what he might be thinking about here, but if he does, he's just going to muck it. I was going to say he's probably going to get 4-bet here by Chase. But Ken L, pocket eights, he's coming in. Taylor completing the action, getting a price with 7-4 clubs. He's also going to call. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4 ways. 265, 65 times 4. And there's the ace. Ace 10, 4 here with a couple of diamonds. So Chase with the best of it here. Doc's flopped a piece. Middle pair, backdoor flush draw. $235 is a big bet here. Doc says at the table, $235, and he mucks. And Chase is going to take it down, which is part of the reason why that hand sort of is a good example of how you're supposed to kind of bet on the smaller side multi-way because people can't defend wide enough, or they can't defend as wide because they've got people behind them. So you don't really want to get yourself in these situations where you're only going to get called by worse. But, I mean, you could easily make a case there at this table that all draws are going to call you and all ace X is going to call you. So it's not so clear cut. Straddle here by Robbie. Escape Justificator says, I find gambling on the election kind of desperate. Yeah, there are some desperate people out there. Some people have gambled a lot of money on the election. Some people in this room. Limped around here. Robbie going to raise it up to 60 with pocket eights from the straddle. It's going to get called. And we're going to see it 3 ways here. $190. So Robbie here with the overpair on 5-4-5. Robbie's going to come out and bet 65. And it's going to get folded around. Robbie takes it down. Button here moves to Ken. Chase going to straddle. $40 raise here by Big Daddy Chaz. Got King Jack offsuit. Juna's going to flat call here with Jack 9 of clubs and Ken on the button. Going to squeeze. Going to 3-bet it up here. Very, very easy fold, I'm sure, for Big Daddy Chaz with player calling to his left. Wow, Chase. Oh, I thought Chase was going to come in here with the A7 off. Well, Chaz is going to call. Kind of surprised because Juna's in there. I mean, sometimes Chaz likes to try to outplay Ken. We've seen that before where he's made some speculative pre-flop calls, but he's going to be out of position with another player to act to his left, and Juna is also going to call. So here we go, 3 ways. And overpair here for Ken, flush draw, and top pair for Juna. So we could see some fireworks here. Jack 9 of clubs on 9-5-3 2 clubs. Ken with the black 10s. The pot's $590. And, you know, when Ken fires out here pretty large, it's almost always going to be an overpair. I mean, very occasionally he might have like ace king, but this is usually going to be an overpair. And then it seems like Juna knows. He seems like he's seen the show before. So if you think that there would be any hint of fold equity here when you've got a top pair and a flush draw, you could really just jam it in here or raise, you know, whatever an amount as a semi-bluff because you're going to be flipping probably at worse. And I think there's massive fold equity against Ken, but he chooses to just call. He's also out of position. Well, there's the club. You also sometimes won't get paid off too. And he checks, which is sort of a natural thing to do. But again, I don't know, I might tend to lead there. I know it seems a little bit unorthodox. Yeah, because the check is going to come. River's a 7. So pot's 1,200 here. I mean, you might have been able to block the turn here a little bit if you were Juna too. Maybe bet like 300 or 400 on turn, but I might have been ripping this flop. Trying to think of bet size here, it looks like. Ken is one that, I mean, we've seen him fold hands over and over and over again, so it wouldn't surprise me if any type of large bet comes out here, he might fold. And that's why I think that jamming flop, or definitely if you're check calling leading turn would have been the play. So let's see the sizing here. 850. I can't see Ken. I mean, oh man, I've seen Ken make some huge laydowns in this game. I mean, yeah, he's got an overpair, but I don't know. It's kind of surprising that I feel like he's considering. Maybe he thinks he just doesn't want to get pushed around. Well, he's going to make the call. It's really one of the first times I've actually seen Ken put money in and make a call without really a strong hand. He seems pretty upset about it. Looks like he might need to walk that one off. Wow, he's going to rack up. Oh, man. Jeez. Well, I mean, maybe he knows his mental game. Wow. Well, nice hand there by Juna. I mean, you got to give him credit because some people will go the exact opposite way where they get super mad or whatever. They get mentally frazzled, and then they just tilt a bunch of money off. So he's just walking away. I mean, I'd rather have that as a reaction if I was, a little bit emotionally unhinged at the table than tilt money off. Taylor going to 3-bet here, ace queen on the button. So 3-way action here. Like I said, Taylor has just not been running well tonight. He misses again. 9-5 deuce here with a couple diamonds. Corey with black sevens, the best hand. Check through, turns a deuce. Chaz here thinking about maybe making a protection bet here with fours. He's going to bet. Now Corey's in the middle, 185. There's the call. And Taylor just, hey, we've all been there. Pot 755. River's a queen, and, Chaz has got to think that most likely his hand's no good here after next to act calls, and this is probably just going to go check here, I'm assuming. He does check. And there it goes, check. Corey's going to win that one. And then there were 7. We're down to 7. We started with 9, and now we're down to 7. Ken L is looks like he has made a departure here from the table. Taylor going to raise it up here in the cutoff with the ace-jack offsuit. Robbie going to call with fours. Chase here, pocket eights. He going to 3-bet. And again, it's just like every single hand that Taylor has. He's getting 3-bet. He's missing his 3-bet. He's getting cold 4-bet. It is a small 3-bet. Taylor's going to 4-bet here. Drive out Robbie behind him. And I don't think Chase is going anywhere here. So 30 call, 3-bet small to 80. Taylor going to 4-bet to 250. Chase is going to continue here. So here we go, 545. Can Taylor win a hand here? 10-9-5, couple spades. Well, he's got ace-jack with the jack of spades, so 2 overcards and some backdoors, but Chase has the best hand right now. $225 here, and just a snap call, the quickest snap call you've ever seen by Chase. Pot's about 1,000, turns an 8. Taylor now picks up a spade draw, and he's open-ended, but Chase has turned to set. And Chase is going to lead here, somewhat of an unorthodox lead. He bet 600 here. Taylor with the open-ended straight draw with the jack of spades. He actually has some equity. $600 here from Chase. He's bet 600 on the turn. Taylor has about 1,800 left. So if you were to make this call, he'd have about 2/3 of a pot-sized bet left. It's just like, I mean, obviously this is would it be a clear call if you had the ace of spades in your hand. I think what he's a little concerned about is he might be over flushed, or at least he's not even drawing at the highest flush. You can see the action there in the top left. This is a 4-bet pot. Taylor is the 4-better. Bet the flop, got a decent turn card, but got led into on the turn for 600. Chase is telling him, I know you've been running bad. What do you have? I know you guys can't hear it at the table, but that's exactly what he just said. And Chase is going to show him. The rabbit hunt. Come on, rabbit hunt. Oh, we in a rabbit hunt? No. Oh, sometimes somebody might dive in there for the card. But Taylor makes pretty decent fold. Button moves here to Chase. Chase had a pretty good night here, too. Live straddle. Folded around to Doc. By the way, I will point out that Chase, I think, is the only one enjoying some adult beverages. He has a cooler. Do you see over there off of the top of, if we're facing Corey in seat 9, it's off the top of Corey's left shoulder, but if you're facing him towards the right, there's a cooler of booze over there that Chase has actually brought to the game. And I'm sure that... Oh, you brought that to the game? Oh, Carolyn's telling me it's provided by Texas Card, and you guys you didn't offer me anything? I thought that was Chase for sure. I thought it was Chase for sure that brought that cooler. I didn't know it was Texas Card House. But there's a cooler of booze over there. Corey's gonna bet 15. I was gonna say Chase is the only one engaging. So about 45 minutes here left in the show. Playing 7-handed. We got 2 casualties here tonight. And we're down to 7-handed. We got some new players in the game. Robbie, we got seat number 9. I don't know why I keep having trouble with his name. Junha. Junha? Yeah, Junha. And Corey. And this might be the first time. I don't know if Taylor has actually played on this on TCH. He has played. Okay. So King 8-4 here. Robbie flops top pair. He's raised it pre-flop to 40. He's going to bet super small. He's going to bet 25 here. And he's going to take it down. So Big Daddy Chaz was leading this little statistic before, where he was he had by far the highest pre-flop raise, but you know, obviously we don't have a huge sample, and now Taylor has now raised the most pre-flop. Looks like we get a new player coming though into seat 1. We'll see who that is in a second. Oh, it's Asa? Yeah. Oh, well, Asa. Asa coming into the game. Asa is the one that I think if you text that number or email, he's the one that's sort of in charge of the lineup. Chase here with ace queen, going to make it 35. Doc here, going to make the call. So raise it up here to 35 and a call and a call. We're going to see this three ways. Pot's $110. Well, there's the ace. So Junas might get himself into a little bit of trouble here. Ace, queen, 6. Chase flops top 2. Couple diamonds out there. Doc also with middle pair. Chase going to bet 90. Doc going to fold, but I don't think that Juna's going to be going anywhere with the ace 9. There's the call. Really, the question is going to be coming like how clean for Chase can the board come out here? 290. Turns a 10. That's not the cleanest. I mean, I think you're probably still going to bet here with ace queen, but it's going to get dicier and dicier for ace 9 to call down, as opposed to like the the turn being a deuce. King Jack now gets there. Some 2-pair combos. Chase going to bet 200 now when it gets checked to him. 200 into 290. So pot's 490, 200 for Juna to call. And he's going to call. So if Chase can get a clean run out here, might be able to go 3 streets. Ooh, the river's a 6 of diamonds. So the front door comes in. Yeah, Chase is just going to check it back. And ace queen's going to win it. Take a look here again at chip counts. Button's going to move over here to Corey in seat 8. And get a straddle here from seat 2. Doc here's going to limp in the hijack here with the Jack 10 offsuit. Big Daddy Chaz, pocket 4s, having a big night. It hasn't really done anything, super special, just gotten a lot of good hands in the right spots. Ooh, ace king of diamonds here for Corey to Chaz's immediate left. So limp, raise, 3-bet with the ace king of diamonds. And look at this, Taylor with pocket queens. So maybe Taylor scratches some back here. Big hands. Raise 3-bet. Taylor going to come with the cold 4-bet here. Kind of small. Looks like he made it 375. So, I mean, he's only playing off of about 1,800. So he doesn't want to make it look like he's committing himself. So, again, we could see an all-in. It's a really small 4-bet, 375 or 175 to 375. I mean, it's 2.1, I guess. Playing off of about an $1,800 stack with a $10 straddle, so 180 big blinds effective, I guess you would say. And there's the all-in. And I assume Taylor didn't snap call, but I can't. Is he gonna fold? No, he folded. Oh no, oh no. Rabbit, and the guy showed him too. Oh, geez. Well, it was a flip. He showed him. Well, that's just, sometimes that stuff happens, I guess. Wow. Oh. Oh, when it's not your night, it's not your night. I was totally expecting the snap call. We saw the snap call earlier with the ace-king off against Chaz, but there's the difference in, I guess, image. Chase here, 10-8 of hearts. Another player coming in here. Doc, ace, queen of clubs. Yeah, it looks like Doc's going to 3-bet. So Chase to 35, Doc 3-bets here. And Asa picks up ace, king. Wow. Asa just call? Asa has just called. Wow, okay. So raise 3-bet, cold call. No 4-bet here, just a cold call. And Chase in the hand, not getting sort of driven out by the ace-king. Flops the best hand. As we talked about, he likes to lead out sometimes. Looks like he's going to lead out here. Chase going to bet 180. I don't know how much cash, how much no limit cash Asa plays. I know that Asa plays a fair amount of, and he just mucks. I know that he plays a fair amount of Big O and stuff. Asa, of course, is one of the floor guys here. Was he a general man? I don't know what the title. What is this? Assistant manager. So sometimes, obviously, like when games get short and you don't have a big room, sometimes the people that work will sort of fill into the game kind of as props, and that's what Ace is doing here. I've never seen him play no limit cash though at this level, but just cold calls the ace king and check folds. Straddle it up here by Chase. And now he picks up aces. So he had the ace king before, but now he's got the aces. Well, let's see what kind of sizing he's going to use. 225. Some old school sizing. Raise it up here to 40 with the queen 10 off. 225 with the ace ace. Well, he's going to win it. Everybody rooting for Ace in the live chat. So we got this new player here in seat 5. We'll get his name here in a sec. Is that Austin? Yeah. Austin. Is he a known player? Has he played on the stream before? Austin? Yeah. So 5-5-10. Got about a half an hour left in the show here. Just about 810 people watching here live. Doc gonna limp in here with the ace-9 offsuit from the +1 spot. Juna now. So we get some pre-flop hands going around here, folks. Ace-king suited, ace-king of spades gonna make it 50. And going to get looks like Doc has called. So Doc's going to get into some trouble here if an ace comes out. Can't see what the flop is. But it's check, check here. Queen, Jack, 9 turns to 6. So Doc out flops Juna on the flop. Turn is ace 6. I believe it's Queen, Jack, 9, 6. Yeah, we're going to have some little card issues here. The board is correct, but it's not in that order. It's going to get checked here to the river. River's a 7. Probably still going to get checked down. Doc's going to win it. You can see that Big Daddy Chaz, like I said, more than almost tripling the table. Chase is up pretty large, but Big Daddy Chaz is the big winner here. He's up over 6,000. Chase having a good go of it too. I think Chase might be up at least 2,500 here if we get this stat. Button moves over here to Robbie in seat 3. Corey just folding the King 10 off in mid position. Ace's King 4 of diamonds going to raise it up here to 15. And he's going to get 3-bet here by Robbie to 75. Ace deuce of spades. And Robbie's going to take it down. I appreciate you guys keeping it real here tonight. Like I said, I didn't realize that there's been no table audio. I didn't realize that until about 2.5 hours into the show. So I'm trying to do my best to talk it up here a little bit and tell you if anybody's making any interesting comments at the table. But we've got a bunch of new players here tonight. Robbie, we've got Corey, we've got Juna. We've got Asa, although I don't think Asa's played on the show before. Taylor here, King Queen off in seat 2. Gonna raise it up to 35. Taylor to 35. Doc going to call here in the big blind. So King Queen versus Ace 8 here onto the flop. And Taylor probably should win this one, but again, sometimes when you're not running well, you sometimes tend to rein back the value bets, or you just get called by all kinds of hands that you wouldn't get called by because people think that you're losing. And we talked about that earlier. Sort of the image. Live poker being sort of an image, being a factor of winning or losing, but he's gonna get that one through with the single C bet with the King Queen. Doc just asked if anyone wants to play red or black at the table. Now that is actually an old school technique that I learned from somebody else. It's not going to ever really apply in this game, and usually the smaller capped buy-in games, I mean, most games in Texas are sort of match the stack above 1-3, but in LA, when you get into some severely capped structures, like for example at Commerce, which is a 5-5, 500 cap game, you can't buy in for more than 500. Playing a little bit of red or black is a way to get chips on the table, whether you win or lose. You flip red or black, take this. Like I said, if you're ever playing an extreme cap game, you play some red or black flips. If you lose, you lose, but you can rebuy in. And if you win, you get more chips on the table in your stack. You got a limp in here from Asa. Taylor here, going to raise it up with Ace-King. And Ace is going to limp call. And Taylor's going to get the best of it here. And he's going to bet and he's going to take it down. That's one of the other things I talk about over on Crush Live Poker too. Again, my live poker trading site, which we've had since 2014. Another way to sort of build a stack up in a severely capped game is sometimes slightly take the worst of it in an all-in scenario where maybe like it's very close, but it might be sort of a slightly less than EV call. maybe you're not getting quite the price, but you gamble with it because you think it's worth it to get yourself a stack, get more chips on the table. And then, of course, if you lose, the chips are going someplace on the table too. So this is very little things. Like I said, doesn't really apply that much in these Texas games. But you will see some 100 big blind cap games in LA where they play like much shallower than 100 BBs because, the open raise size in a 5-5 game might be to 25 or something. Raise it up here from Robbie here with the King 10 of clubs. Ace are going to defend the straddle here with the Jack 10. Robbie going to bet and he'll take it down.
I used to snort that shit when I was like 12.
One of the other things too, I remember specifically at the Bicycle Casino in LA, they would do like these promotions where. So the Bicycle Casino used to have, I don't know if Legends of Poker still goes on. It's not a WPT event, but their big tournament each year would be Legends of Poker. It was either a $5,000 or a $10,000 buy-in. It was WPT event. And if you played like a bunch of hours in cash, you might get an entry into like a $500 mega or $300 mega, to get like a 10K seat or a 5K seat where you play however many people and they give away 1 out of 20 or 1 out of 10, depending on the amount of people that enter. Most of us, we were just cash game players and we knew it would take so long to get there. I think a bunch of us got put like on the same table one year and we just all agreed that we would go all in blind the very first hand of the tournament. So and then I think we took everyone got a piece of each other or something like that. I got to raise up here by Taylor. Ace just calls here with the ace queen of spades. Big Daddy Chaz also just calls. Ace here flops the nut flush draw here with 2 overcards. Big Daddy Chaz with a gut shot here to an 8. He's going to bet 65 here, so definitely a spot that Ace could have 3-bet pre-flop, but he's going to bet and call. Well, he's going to check call with the ace queen of spades. Turns a 10. Ace queen still the best hand. Ace of checks. And Big Daddy Chaz thinking that Asa might be on a draw, but the way that Asa has called here, I'd almost think that he's more weighted towards 10x. So, if I'm Chaz and I don't make my hand, I might give up here at the end. We'll see. River's a 3. Let's see if he has the same read that I do. Because Asa called very quickly here. And I don't know. I mean, it's like, well, is Asa going to automatically lead out on the turn with trips? Yeah, I can get on board with that check behind here. And that's a pacing thing. If I'm Chaz, I feel like Ace is going to be weighted towards 10x there. I don't think I bluff there at the end either. He also beat some, maybe missed spade draws, like a king jack of spades, something like that. So Asa wins it there with the ace queen. Asa sporting the 60% VPIP. You get one limp here, and Corey here on the button going to raise it up with king queen off. And small blind here. Juna gonna 3-bet. We don't see what he has. Oh, he's got king 4 of diamonds. So he played this king 3 of diamonds 3-bet. Now he's gonna play the king 4 of diamonds 3-bet. 50 to 200. Now, this is a spot where I do think this is a defend. Now, if you're opening from under the gun with king, queen off, you get a call and somebody 3-bet you, it's obviously a fold, but this is late position versus small blind. Obviously, I can see the cards, but you open button, you get 3-bet by small blind. Fairly certain there, theoretically, I know you're theoretically supposed to be defending there against obviously the right frequencies of 3-bet bluffs and the range, but he just gets away from it. It wasn't from 4x 3-bet. But Juna's, a guy that's he's shown down a lot of 3-bet bluffs here tonight. Juna going to raise it up here on the button to 60. Oh, there's Asa dipping into the TCH cooler. Looks like some sort of local red ale or something like that. We don't see what Juna has. But we see Taylor going to 3-bet because Asa has flat called in the small blind, so a squeeze here with that dead money in between. Well, Taylor's going to get it through. Got about 20 minutes here left in the show. Again, we stream these live cash games every Monday and Thursday from 7 Eastern to 11, 6 Central to 10. If you want to get on the show, you can just follow the instructions and the scrolling graphic there at the bottom of the screen. Straddle here to 10 from Chase. Austin here, ace-5 of clubs. First time we're going to see this guy play a hand. He's going to make it 35. Looks like he bought in for 1,000. So if you want to get in the game, you can email tchlivelist@texascardhouse.com or text 512-939-5364. Asa going to make this call here on the button with 8-6 of clubs. And if clubs come out, Ace is going to be in trouble. Chase going to defend his straddle. So here we go, 3 ways. And Ace is flop top 2. Ace is flop top 2. Unfortunately for him, no one really has anything. Well, Austin not going to stab at it. Ace bets 50. Snap call here from Chase. Oh, the turn's an ace. Chase here with the aces up, and he's going to lead at it. Going to bet 130. And Ace is just going to call. Brutal turn here. See what happens here on the river. 475 at the end. River's at 10. 7-9 now comes in. Wow, Chase checked. Oh, that's surprising. Chase says, be careful, 2 pair. Asa says, I bet 200. And Asa value owns himself, and he bets the worst hand for value with 8-6, and Chase wins another one. And Austin here in the straddle. being from Boston, Austin's wearing that Texas shirt. That's the one thing, me being from the Boston area, that I just, if I live here in Austin for a long time, it will take me a long time to adjust to the fact that, like a college team is like the team. Like college sports is like the equivalent of professional sports here, like a UT. Just coming from New England, it's just, we don't have huge college sports, but UT is the thing down here. Got a raise here from Asa, and Robbie's going to 3-bet here to 230 with the ace jack of diamonds. And he's going to take it down. Obviously, that is similar to a lot of places like, in the Midwest, like in Oklahoma, Nebraska, Kansas. But yeah, Austin doesn't really have a professional sports team in any of the 4 major sports. Juna here with ace queen, red ace queen offsuit, going to make it 25. Asa going to call here in the hijack with a 10-9 off. Chase going to come in here in the small blind. We don't see what he has. Oh, Chase really played a wide range now. Queen 5 offsuit. It looks like everyone's going to miss here. Ace queen still the best hand from Juno. King 8-4, a couple spades. Checked around, turns at 3. It looks like Asa wants to bluff at it. And this may work. I think it probably will work unless Juno smells something like, maybe he's just stabbing, and obviously Chase can't call, but it's possible that Juno might. No, he's not even going to think twice about it. Asa gets it through. Show the bluff. Show the bluff. By the way, the table is very rambunctious right now. They're yelling in my ear. I think they're all drinking now. Button moves over here to Chase. Big Daddy Chaz in the straddle.
Oh, you have 2 more hands. That's right. Just 2.
And Robbie's going to raise it up. 55. Chase ace king offsuit going to re-raise to 180. And Robbie is going to defend with the jack 8 of clubs, pretty wide. Well, queen 9-9, there's the king. Check, check. I was going to say ace king still out in front. King on the turn. Chase here with ace king with the ace of hearts. I'm sure this is going to go bet and just fold. Again, Chase throwing in the $2 tip chips. Purple chips are $2 tip chips. The sort of yellow ones are $1 tip chips. The greens are $25 chips. The blacks are hundreds. The reds are fives. The pinks are 500s. And if you see these plaques, they're 1Ks, but we don't have the plaques out there. Because if you do tip, you can't take the chips off the table. So that's why we have tip chips. And they don't play in the pot, but of course you just cash them out. And it looks like Asa here has straddled maybe to 40. I don't know if this is a straddle or a raise, but it's a straddle. Well, he's got the Doyle Brunson. 10 deuce. I mean, everyone's got shit. He's going to win it without. He wins it. 10 deuce of diamonds. So again, this is for you guys that are joining us late. There's an issue with the audio. Obviously, we have table audio. This is the first time I think we've ever not had table audio. There was something that happened, I guess, at the end of the live stream yesterday. So that I'm sure will get fixed for Thursday. Well, we got a triple straddle here. Looks like Taylor Carroll is going to put the triple straddle on here out of C2. Doc here, ace-9 off on the button. Going to make it 160. A verbal, strong 160. And Corey's got ace-king. My God, these guys. Just picking up the hands in the right spot. So Doc with the open raise and the triple straddle, and then Corey here with the ace-king in the big blind. Gonna 3-bet it. To 480. Wow, he's gonna get action here. So he goes 3x. Oh, and Doc's all in. Doc is all in. I don't know what Corey's thinking about. He's disappointed. I mean, the guy only had 600. There's the ace. Ace-king is good here. It's ace-king versus ace-9. Ace-king wins it. Looks like Corey was disappointed. I mean, so we got about 10 minutes left here in the show. Time for maybe, I don't know, 3 or 4 more hands.
Yes. Yes, please.
I don't know if Doc is going to be rebuying here or what. Another multiple straddle pot. Ace of jack 3 of spades. Again, we're looking at multiple straddles here. Going to make it 140. Taylor, king 4 of hearts. Going to 3-bet it in the middle. And he will take it down. So Taylor's won a few small ones. Big Daddy Chaz been relatively quiet the last hour of the show. So triple straddle here, this time coming from Chase for 40 bucks. Buttons over in at Corey, it looks like in seat 8. Or seat 9. Juna folding the 10-9 of diamonds in the small blind. Jeez. I mean, I guess you're out of position and you got blind. It's pretty tight. I'm going to open that handle. Maybe he knew that Chase had jacks because Chase has got jacks. He's just going to take it down. Chase has been getting a lot of hands here pre-flop too tonight. Butt moves over here to Juna. And there's, once again, the multiple straddles. This time it's coming in from Austin in the UT shirt. Going to put it in for 40. Austin's only about 1K deep. Robbie here, pocket tens. Got to make it 200, which is a 5x over the top of that straddle. Not going to get any action. Sometimes these straddles will sometimes kill the game flow a little bit, where people think, oh, you know, it's going to be a ton of action, but people will tighten up. I mean, I can almost guarantee you that 9-10 of diamonds isn't just going to open fold there in a small blind, basically. But sometimes you'll see that, you know, the stakes get larger. Oh, Big Daddy Chaz coming in for 100 with the straddle. So we got a $100 sleeper straddle. We got 5, 5, 10, 20. Doc is still sitting there, but he's not playing. So this is effectively an under the gun straddle. So it's 100. Straddle to 100. See, Robbie here with 3-3. Just making the fold. And this is what I was talking about here. You know, Robbie's at, it's kind of weird, right? If Robbie's at 2,500, he's playing like 25 blinds, right? But even still, I mean, you've got 2 or 3 people left to act. I mean, you can open threes, right? And you just see a reflection of a fold. So that's why sometimes like these large straddles will kill the action a lot. Straddle it up here this time from Corey. Robbie folds the ace-9 off in the small blind. Looks like Chaz going to open here. I mean, king 6 of clubs, 140. I mean, so he's up. So it's 3.5 at 3x. I mean, how do you not defend here? Okay, he's going to call. I mean, straddle versus blind. He makes the call. So 5-6 versus king 6, and Big Daddy Chaz outflops him. 9-4-5. Big Daddy Chaz way out in front now. Chaz going to bet. He's going to bet 130. Can't really find anything here if you're Corey. You're just going to have to let it go. No backdoor. Just is what it is. Chaz wins another one. So time for a couple more hands here. Again, if you like my analysis, my commentary, you can check out my training site, crushlivepoker.com, and you can use the code TCH to get the first month for free. Definitely be looking out for CLP version 2 coming out in 45 days. And if you want to, I do a live stream on Mondays. I usually will lead into the TCH live stream. So I usually do my live stream at 5:45 Eastern, Crush Live Collins. So if you want to get on that show, if you ever want to submit a hand, you can email me, bart@crushlivepoker.com. But of course, today I did it earlier because I was doing the commentary today. But usually I will lead right into the Monday night big game here. Taylor, ace nine of hearts here in the cutoff. He's going to make it 30. And he is going to take it down. So I could have sworn at one time we had seen Big Daddy Chaz at like 32% pre-flop raise. But again, like I said, it's pretty small sample, so those numbers can change quite a bit. But I don't know if we're going to see cumulative winnings. Chaz definitely is the big winner. He's up over 6,000. Chase would be the second, probably up around 3,000. Asa going to raise it up here, 125 with 5-6 offsuit. Doc here, pocket threes he rebought. Not gonna play it though. The usual suspect in the live chat says, Bart, any regrets about relocating to Austin? Absolutely not. Obviously, this year is kind of a different year, right? I mean, it's the COVID year, so everything is, you know, off a little bit, but very happy that I moved out of LA with my wife. I had lived in LA for, Jesus, 17 years. It was time to leave. This might be the last hand here. We're seeing mega straddle here. Is it $200 straddle here by Taylor? So 5, 5, 10, 20, 40, 200. Well, Asa here. I mean, it's 200. Just shove, Asa. You got 7 blinds. Oh, he just calls. You got 7 blinds. 7 blinds, right? Just shove. He could pick up $300 right there. King Jack of diamonds. He just completes. And a check there by Taylor. And Taylor's going to flop top pair, and Asa's got second pair. Give me King Jack of diamonds with 7 blinds. With some dead money to pick up. And unfortunately, Asa might lose some money here in this hand. Taylor's going to bet here, 275. Check call, 275. Pot's 1,000. Oh, the turn's a jack. Maybe he knew it. And the bad night for Taylor continues. Oh, jeez. Taylor going to check a little bit behind for some pot control. River's a 3. There's a lot of draws that missed out there. There's a lot of draws that missed. I'd have a hard time folding if I was Taylor here, if Asa puts out a bet, because, you know, you've got your King 10, 9, 10, front door spades. You don't think the guy just snap check calls with a jack. I mean, I'm calling. Definitely 325 for sure. I thought he was going to bet large. He only bets 325 here. Remember, Taylor incorrectly folded the queen from about an hour ago. I can't see how you can fold here. There's just way too much that's missed. $1,300, 325 to call. I don't know if possibly Taylor's thinking that he might be out kicked here. I mean, I think that's probably what's going through his head. Like, you know, is Asa like value betting queen 9? It would suck. He's going to get called. He's going to see the bad news. King Jack is going to win it with trips. It's just not Taylor's night here tonight. And that's it. Carolyn says that's it. Oh, we got the cumulative winning stats. All right. Big Daddy Chaz. Seems like I have... Oh, that was quick. Big Daddy Chaz was up 5,500. I saw Chase was up 4,400. And that's going to do it. Thank you guys for keeping it real. Like I said, I tried to do the best that I could. I didn't realize that we had no audio until 2.5 hours into the stream. Now I'm like, oh my God, talking through it all. But Thanks for keeping it real in the live chat. Mike will be back here on Thursday. It's a 2-5 game on Thursday. Aaron and Mike will be. Oh, just Aaron will be back here on Thursday. Mike chilling out with his dad. Going to be a 2-5 game on Thursday. So thanks for keeping it real. And we'll see you next time, guys. Good night, everybody.